The Gilded Cage. Welcome to What If Sleep Storian. Soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The morning mist clung to Thornfield Manor like a whispered secret, reluctant to let go of the ancient stones that had weathered 2 centuries of English reign and English pride. The scent of dew-damp roses drifted through the diamond-paned windows of the great house, mixing with the faint aroma of coal smoke from the kitchen chimneys and the leather-bound dreams that filled the library's countless shelves. In the servants' hall below, the soft clatter of breakfast preparations echoed against whitewashed walls, the gentle percussion of a household awakening to another day of polished silver and practiced propriety. Mrs. Hartwell, the head housekeeper, moved through the corridors with the measured grace of someone who had spent 30 years learning the precise weight of each footstep on these marble floors. Her keys jangled softly at her waist, a metallic lullaby that announced her presence to parlour-maids and footmen alike. The year was 1912, and Thornfield Manor stood as a monument to everything that Edwardian England believed itself to be: elegant, enduring, and absolutely certain of its place in the ordered hierarchy of things. The house itself seemed to breathe with the rhythm of its occupants. Gas lamps flickered gently along the main corridors, their amber light painting warm shadows across portraits of stern-faced ancestors who had accumulated wealth, land, and titles with the methodical patience of those who believed themselves destined for greatness. Persian rugs muffled footsteps, their intricate patterns telling stories of distant empires and careful acquisition. Everything in Thornfield Manor had been chosen, positioned, and polished to reflect a single, unwavering truth. The Ashworth family belonged among England's finest. Lord Edmund Ashworth, the current master of this carefully orchestrated paradise, descended the grand staircase each morning at precisely 8:15, his silver-headed walking stick tapping against the marble steps in a rhythm that servants had learned to anticipate like clockwork. His wife, Lady Margaret, followed 10 minutes later, her silk morning dress rustling with the authority of someone who had never questioned her right to command respect. Their son Reginald, a young man of 28 with the pale complexion and ink-stained fingers of someone who preferred books to horses, usually appeared last, often carrying a leather-bound volume and wearing the slightly bewildered expression of someone emerging from deeper worlds than breakfast could provide. On this particular morning, however, something had disturbed the usual symphony of Thornfield's awakening. The subtle wrongness began in the library, that magnificent cathedral of knowledge that occupied the entire east wing of the manor. Floor-to-ceiling mahogany shelves stretched toward a vaulted ceiling painted with cherubs and astronomical charts, their golden wings and celestial bodies catching the morning light that filtered through stained glass windows depicting scenes from classical mythology. The air here always carried the distinctive perfume of aged leather, old paper, and the beeswax that the maids used to polish the reading tables until they gleamed like mirrors. Mr. Whitmore, the elderly librarian who attended these literary treasures for nearly 4 decades, should have been at his customary post by 7 o'clock, arranging the morning's correspondence and ensuring that every volume rested in its proper place. His routine was as predictable as sunrise. First, he would check the rare book collection housed behind glass doors in the library's most secure alcove, then review any requests from family members for specific texts, and finally settle at his mahogany desk to begin the day's cataloguing work. But this morning, the library's great oak doors remained closed, and no gentle scratching of quill against paper emanated from within. Young Sarah, a parlour-maid whose duties included dusting the library's more accessible shelves, paused outside those doors with her cleaning basket clutched against her starched apron. The silence felt wrong somehow, like a melody missing its most essential note. She pressed her ear to the carved wood, listening for the familiar sounds of Mr. Whitmore's morning preparations, the soft thud of heavy books, the whisper of pages turning, the occasional satisfied murmur he made when discovering some particularly interesting passage in his cataloguing work. Nothing. The stained glass windows cast jewelled patterns across the corridor floor, emerald light from Diana's hunting scenes, ruby gleams from Apollo's chariot, sapphire depths from Neptune's watery realm. Sarah found herself staring at these coloured shadows as if they might offer some explanation for the unusual quiet. In all her 3 years of service at Thornfield Manor, Mr. Whitmore had never failed to begin his day in the library. He was as much a fixture of the house as the grandfather clock in the main hall, which even now chimed the half-hour with brass-voiced authority. The wrongness deepened when she noticed something else, a thin line of golden light seeping beneath the library doors, suggesting that the gas lamps had been left burning all night. Mr. Whitmore was meticulous about extinguishing lights before retiring to his small apartment above the stables. Waste was not merely impractical in his worldview, it was nearly sinful. Sarah set down her cleaning basket and hurried toward the servants' stairs, her soft-soled shoes making barely a whisper against the Persian runners. The atmosphere of the house seemed to shift around her as she moved, as if Thornfield Manor itself sensed that something had drifted out of alignment. The usual morning sounds continued, distant clattering from the kitchen, the muffled conversation of groundskeepers visible through windows as they tended to topiary gardens that had been shaped into perfect geometric forms, the gentle hiss of steam from radiators that kept the autumn chill at bay. But underneath these familiar rhythms, a new note had entered the manor's daily symphony. It was the sound of absence, the particular quality of silence that suggests not peace but interruption. Mrs. Hartwell received Sarah's report with the composed attention that had made her indispensable to 3 generations of Ashworths. Her office, tucked discreetly behind the main kitchen, reflected her position as the invisible force that kept Thornfield Manor functioning. Ledgers lined the shelves, recording everything from lamp oil consumption to the precise scheduling of seasonal staff. A small coal fire warmed the room, its gentle crackling providing a comforting backdrop to the business of managing a household that employed 24 souls and covered 3,000 acres of Gloucestershire countryside. "You're certain the doors were locked?" Mrs. Hartwell asked, her pen poised above the morning's duty roster. "Yes, ma'am." "And the lights burning inside, which isn't like Mr. Whitmore at all." Sarah twisted her hands in her apron, clearly unsettled by this deviation from routine. Mrs. Hartwell set down her pen and regarded the young maid with the careful attention of someone who had learned to read significance in the smallest details. 30 years of service had taught her that great houses, like great ships, could be endangered as much by tiny leaks as by obvious storms. The Ashworth family's reputation for perfection depended on maintaining the illusion that everything at Thornfield Manor proceeded according to ancient and unbreakable patterns. "Has anyone else remarked on Mr. Whitmore's absence?" she inquired. "No, ma'am. Lord Edmund takes breakfast at 8:30, and Lady Margaret usually requests the morning papers from the library at 9. If Mr. Whitmore isn't there to provide them—" Sarah's voice trailed off, but the implications hung in the air like smoke from an untended fire. The housekeeper rose from her desk, her keys chiming softly as she adjusted her black silk dress. "I shall investigate personally. Continue with your usual duties and speak of this to no one until we understand the situation better." As Mrs. Hartwell made her way through the house's familiar corridors, she found herself noticing details that usually passed unremarked. The way morning light caught dust motes dancing above a rosewood table, the soft tick of the long case clock that had measured Ashworth time for 6 generations, the scent of furniture polish and fresh flowers that created the olfactory signature of a house maintained in perfect order. The library doors loomed before her, their carved oak surfaces depicting scenes from classical literature, Odysseus bound to his ship's mast, Dante guided through dark woods, Milton's angels falling like shooting stars. The craftsmanship dated to the early 18th century, when the first Lord Ashworth had commissioned these doors as a symbol of his family's intellectual aspirations. Every detail proclaimed refinement, education, and the kind of cultural authority that money alone could never purchase. Mrs. Hartwell knocked gently, the sound echoing in the silence like pebbles dropped into a deep well. "Mr. Whitmore? Are you quite well, sir?" No response. She tried the brass handles, finding them locked as Sarah had reported. This was unprecedented. Mr. Whitmore sometimes worked late into the evening, but he had never barricaded himself inside the library. The sight of light seeping beneath the doors confirmed that the gas lamps remained lit, creating an amber glow that seemed almost theatrical against the corridor's shadows. The housekeeper retreated to her office and sent word to the family that breakfast might be delayed due to a small domestic matter. She phrased her message carefully, using the diplomatic language that allowed great houses to acknowledge problems without admitting to actual difficulties. The Ashworth family had built their reputation on the appearance of effortless perfection, and Mrs. Hartwell understood that her role included protecting that appearance even when reality proved more complicated. Lord Edmund received the news with the controlled irritation of a man unaccustomed to disruptions in his carefully scheduled world. At 62, he possessed the robust bearing of someone who had spent decades believing that authority and proper breeding could solve any conceivable problem. His morning routine included reading 3 newspapers, while consuming precisely prepared eggs, toast and tea, a ritual that required Mr. Whitmore to provide the papers along with any correspondence that might require immediate attention. "What sort of domestic matter?" he inquired, adjusting his spectacles as he spoke. The breakfast room around him reflected his taste for understated elegance. Cream-coloured walls hung with hunting scenes, a mahogany table that could seat 12 but usually served only 3, windows that offered views of gardens where peacocks strutted across perfectly manicured lawns. Mrs. Hartwell maintained her diplomatic composure. "Mr. Whitmore appears to have secured himself in the library, my lord. The doors are locked from within, and he hasn't responded to inquiries about his welfare." Lady Margaret, who had been delicately spreading marmalade on toast, paused in her motions. She possessed the kind of beauty that had been carefully preserved through proper diet, regular exercise, and the confidence that came from never doubting one's place in the world's hierarchy. Her auburn hair, only slightly touched with silver, had been arranged in the latest fashion, and her morning dress of deep blue silk proclaimed both taste and prosperity. "How very odd," she murmured, her voice carrying the precise accent that marked her as someone educated by expensive governesses and finished at the finest schools. "Mr. Whitmore has always been the soul of reliability." Reginald looked up from the leather-bound volume he had been reading while attempting to eat breakfast, a habit that drove his mother to quiet distraction. His scholarly pallor and ink-stained fingers marked him as someone more comfortable with ancient texts than modern conversation. The book in question appeared to be a medieval Latin manuscript, its pages covered with illuminated letters that caught the morning light like tiny jewels. "Perhaps he's discovered something particularly absorbing," Reginald suggested. "You know how he becomes when he's tracking down some bibliographic mystery. Remember last month when he spent 3 days confirming the provenance of that Shakespearean folio?" Lord Edmund set down his teacup with a sharp clink. "Absorbing or not, the man has responsibilities. The morning papers must be reviewed, and I'm expecting correspondence from the London solicitors about the estate business." The conversation was interrupted by a gentle knock on the breakfast room door. Mrs. Hartwell entered, her expression conveying urgent news wrapped in the careful neutrality that servants learn to perfect. "My lord, I believe the situation requires your personal attention. Young Thomas from the grounds crew has examined the library windows from outside. He reports that the curtains have been drawn, but he can see what appears to be a figure slumped at the main desk." The words fell into the breakfast room's comfortable atmosphere, like stones into still water, creating ripples of concern that spread outward from their point of impact. Lady Margaret's hand stilled completely, her marmalade-laden knife suspended above her toast. Reginald closed his book with an unconscious gesture, his scholarly detachment replaced by something approaching alarm. Lord Edmund's face shifted through several expressions before settling into the grim determination of someone prepared to confront whatever crisis had invaded his perfectly ordered world. "Slumped," he repeated, investing the word with the weight of all his unspoken fears. "Yes, my lord. Thomas couldn't determine whether Mr. Whitmore was merely sleeping at his desk or... Mrs. Hartwell allowed the sentence to trail into diplomatic silence. The family exchanged glances that carried the complex communication of people who had lived together long enough to read volumes in a raised eyebrow or compressed lip. This was not the sort of problem that could be solved with proper breeding and appropriate social connections. This was the kind of raw, inexplicable difficulty that reminded even the most privileged families that chaos lurked beneath the surface of their carefully constructed lives. Lord Edmund rose from his chair with the decisive motion of someone accustomed to taking charge of difficult situations. "We shall investigate immediately. Mrs. Hartwell, please send for Dr. Pemberton and ask him to come at once. Also, dispatch someone to inform Constable Morrison that we may require his assistance." As the family prepared to leave the breakfast room's warm security for whatever awaited them in the library, none of them noticed the way the morning light had begun to shift, casting longer shadows across the Persian carpets and creating patterns that seemed almost to whisper of secrets hidden just beyond the reach of polite conversation. The mystery that had begun with a simple absence was about to reveal depths that would challenge everything the Ashworth family believed about their carefully guarded world. The corridors of Thornfield Manor seemed to hold their breath as the Ashworth family made their way toward the library, their footsteps creating a solemn processional across marble floors that had witnessed 2 centuries of family triumphs and quiet tragedies. The morning light, filtering through tall windows draped in burgundy velvet, cast shifting patterns that danced like nervous thoughts across the Persian runners. Lord Edmund led the way, his silver-headed walking stick tapping a measured rhythm that echoed off the high ceilings painted with scenes of classical mythology, Zeus dispensing justice from his cloud-wreathed throne, Minerva offering wisdom to grateful mortals, Apollo driving his chariot across an eternal dawn. Lady Margaret followed her husband with a composed grace that had been drilled into her since childhood, her silk morning dress rustling with each step like autumn leaves stirring in a gentle breeze. Her face maintained its customary serenity, but those who knew her well might have noticed the subtle tightening around her eyes, the way her gloved hands smoothed imaginary wrinkles from her skirts. Small tells that betrayed anxiety beneath her polished exterior. Reginald brought up the rear, still clutching his medieval manuscript as if it were a talisman, against whatever awaited them in the library's mysterious silence. The house around them seemed to pulse with the kind of expectant quiet that precedes thunderstorms. Servants moved through distant corridors with hushed efficiency, their usual morning chatter replaced by whispered conferences and meaningful glances. Word had spread through the invisible network that connected kitchen to parlour, stable to garden, that something unprecedented was unfolding in the master's domain. Even the grandfather clock in the main hall seemed to tick more softly, as if reluctant to mark time during the suspension of normal order. Mrs. Hartwell awaited them outside the library doors, her ring of keys gleaming dully in the amber light of the gas lamps. Behind her stood Thomas, the young groundskeeper, whose observation had transformed concern into alarm. His weathered face, normally cheerful from long hours spent coaxing beauty from Thornfield's gardens, now bore the soberness of someone who had glimpsed something that shouldn't exist in a world of ordered propriety. "My lord," Mrs. Hartwell said, her voice carrying the careful neutrality of 30 years' experience in managing household crises, "Thomas can show you what he observed from the garden perspective." Thomas touched his cap nervously, clearly uncomfortable at finding himself the centre of attention in the main house. His hands, permanently stained with soil and green from tending to the topiary gardens, fidgeted with the brim of his worn felt hat. "Begging your pardon, my lord, but I was trimming the yew hedges below the library windows when I thought to check on Mr. Whitmore, seeing as how he usually opens the curtains at 7 sharp. Lord Edmund nodded curtly. "And what did you observe?" "Well, sir, the curtains were drawn tight, which struck me as odd. But there was light seeping around the edges, and when I pressed close to the glass..." Thomas paused, swallowing hard before continuing. "I could make out a figure at the main desk, slumped forward like. Didn't respond when I tapped on the window, though I tried several times." The words settled over the assembled group like a shroud. Lady Margaret's hand moved unconsciously to the pearl brooch at her throat, a gesture that had comforted her since childhood. Reginald shifted his weight from foot to foot, the medieval manuscript still clutched against his chest as if its ancient wisdom might provide some explanation for this modern mystery. Dr. Pemberton's arrival interrupted the heavy silence that had fallen over the group. The family physician had served the Ashworths for 20 years, a stout, kindly man whose gentle manner masked considerable medical expertise. His black leather bag and serious expression announced that he understood the gravity of the situation, though his naturally optimistic temperament led him to hope for the best even while preparing for the worst. "Lord Edmund," he said, slightly out of breath from his hurried journey across the countryside. Mrs. Hartwell's message suggested some concern about Mr. Whitmore's welfare. "Indeed," Lord Edmund replied grimly. "The man appears to have locked himself in the library and shows no response to external contact. Thomas here believes he may be indisposed." Dr. Pemberton set down his medical bag and examined the library doors with professional attention. The carved oak panels depicted scenes from literary masterworks. Don Quixote tilting at windmills, Chaucer's pilgrims beginning their Canterbury journey, Virgil guiding Dante through shadowed realms. The craftsmanship spoke of an age when books were revered as sacred objects, when libraries served as temples to human knowledge and achievement. "Have you attempted to gain entry?" the doctor inquired, running his fingers along the doorframe as if seeking some hidden mechanism. "The doors are locked from within," Mrs. Hartwell explained. "Mr. Whitmore has the only key to the internal mechanism. The library's security was designed to protect the rare book collection from unauthorized access." This diplomatic phrasing concealed a more complex truth about Thornfield Manor's history. The library had been designed not merely to house books, but to safeguard the documents that established the Ashworth family's claim to nobility. Property deeds, royal patents, genealogical records, and correspondence with important historical figures, all the paper proof that separated aristocrats from mere wealthy merchants, resided behind those locked doors. The security measures reflected not paranoia, but the practical understanding that in English society provenance mattered as much as pounds sterling. Dr. Pemberton knocked firmly on the carved panels. "Mr. Whitmore, can you hear me, sir? This is Dr. Pemberton. Your friends are concerned about your welfare." The silence that answered seemed to carry weight, pressing against the assembled group like a physical presence. Even the ambient sounds of the house, distant clattering from the kitchen, the gentle hiss of steam radiators, the soft whisper of servants moving through far corridors, seemed muted, as if Thornfield Manor itself were holding its breath. Constable Morrison's arrival added another dimension to the growing crowd outside the library doors. A large, practical man whose uniform proclaimed his authority, even as his manner suggested someone more comfortable dealing with poached rabbits than locked-room mysteries. He surveyed the situation with a methodical attention that had made him respected throughout the county. His boots, polished to military standards, clicked against the marble floors as he circled the doors, examining them from every angle. "How long has the gentleman been unresponsive?" he inquired, pulling out a small notebook that looked almost comically tiny in his large hands. "Since some time before 7 this morning," Lord Edmund replied. "Mr. Whitmore is usually the first person active in the library each day. His absence from his normal duties was noticed immediately." Constable Morrison made careful notes, his pencil scratching against paper with the sound of bureaucracy, attempting to impose order on chaos. "And these doors are the only entrance to the library?" "The primary entrance, yes," Reginald spoke up, his scholarly knowledge of the house's architecture proving relevant. "There's a service door that connects to the butler's pantry, but it's rarely used and secured with additional locks. The windows are too high above ground level to serve as practical entrances, and they're fitted with internal latches." The constable nodded thoughtfully. "We'll need to examine all possible access points, but first things first. These doors will have to be opened, preferably without damaging the historical woodwork if possible." Mrs. Hartwell produced a ring of skeleton keys from her extensive collection, each one labelled with meticulous precision. Her experience managing Thornfield Manor had taught her that locked doors were merely temporary obstacles, provided one approached them with sufficient patience and preparation. The first 3 keys proved unsuccessful, sliding into the antique mechanism without finding purchase. The 4th key turned partially before jamming, drawing a collective intake of breath from the watching group. "Allow me," Dr. Pemberton said gently, producing a slim medical instrument from his bag. Sometimes these old locks respond better to a delicate touch. He worked with the careful precision of someone accustomed to using his hands for healing, manipulating the ancient mechanism with the patience of a surgeon performing delicate surgery. The lock yielded gradually, its internal tumblers falling into alignment with a series of soft clicks that seemed unnaturally loud in the corridor's expectant silence. The doors swung open slowly, revealing the library's interior bathed in the amber glow of gas lamps that had burned throughout the night. The sight that greeted them was both familiar and profoundly wrong. Thousands of books arranged in perfect order on their mahogany shelves, reading tables polished to mirror brightness, Persian carpets that muffled footsteps and absorbed whispered conversations. Everything appeared exactly as it should, except for the figure slumped forward at the main cataloguing desk. Mr. Whitmore sat in his customary chair, his white head resting on the leather-bound ledger he'd been working in, his ink-stained fingers still clutching a quill pen that had long since dried. The peaceful expression on his lined face suggested sleep rather than struggle, as if he had simply laid his head down for a momentary rest and never awakened. Papers scattered across the desk spoke of interrupted work, correspondence about rare book acquisitions, genealogical charts covered with careful annotations, and what appeared to be research notes written in his precise scholarly hand. Dr. Pemberton approached the desk with professional caution, his medical training overriding the natural reluctance to disturb what might be a crime scene. He checked for vital signs with gentle thoroughness, his fingers seeking pulse points with the automatic precision of long practice. After several minutes, he straightened and turned to face the anxious group clustered near the doorway. "I'm afraid Mr. Whitmore has passed away," he announced quietly. "From preliminary examination, I would estimate sometime during the night. The exact cause will require more detailed investigation, but there are no obvious signs of violence or struggle." The words fell into the library's scholarly atmosphere like stones into a still pond, creating ripples of shock and sorrow that spread outward from their point of impact. Lady Margaret's composed facade cracked slightly, revealing genuine grief for a man who had been part of Thornfield Manor's daily rhythm for nearly 4 decades. Reginald set down his medieval manuscript with trembling hands, his scholarly mind struggling to process the reality of death in this sanctuary, dedicated to preserving human knowledge and achievement. Lord Edmund stepped forward, his authority asserting itself even in the face of mortality. "Dr. Pemberton, what are your professional recommendations?" "The scene should be left undisturbed until we can conduct a more thorough examination," the doctor replied. "Constable Morrison will need to document everything carefully. Natural death is the most likely explanation, but given the unusual circumstances, the locked doors, the overnight vigil at his desk, we must proceed with appropriate caution." Constable Morrison had been making detailed notes throughout this exchange, his practical mind focusing on the procedural requirements that death imposed on the living. "I'll need to speak with everyone who had contact with Mr. Whitmore yesterday, and will want to examine any recent correspondence or projects that might explain why he remained in the library so late." As if summoned by the mention of his name, a new figure appeared in the library doorway. Father Brown, a small round priest whose unremarkable appearance concealed considerable powers of observation and deduction, had arrived at Thornfield Manor that morning for what was supposed to be a quiet retreat devoted to scholarly research. His timing, while coincidental, would prove anything but accidental in the unfolding mystery. "I do apologise for the intrusion," he said in his gentle, apologetic manner, "but Mrs. Hartwell mentioned there might be some difficulty. If there's anything I can do to assist." His presence brought an immediate sense of calm to the charged atmosphere. Father Brown had spent decades ministering to human souls in crisis, and his experience had taught him that death, while always sorrowful, need not be frightening. His round, cheerful face and shabby clerical clothing marked him as someone more concerned with spiritual comfort than worldly authority. Yet those who knew him understood that his mild exterior concealed a formidable intellect. Lord Edmund, despite his natural scepticism toward religious authority, found himself oddly relieved by the priest's arrival. "Father Brown, we've just discovered our librarian, Mr. Whitmore, deceased in circumstances that are puzzling." The priest entered the library with the careful respect that sacred spaces deserved, his dark eyes taking in details that others might miss. He noticed the way dust motes danced in the lamplight, the precise arrangement of papers on the desk, the particular quality of silence that suggested secrets waiting to be discovered. His experience had taught him that the most important clues often lay not in what was present, but in what was conspicuously absent. "How very sad," he murmured, approaching the desk where Mr. Whitmore's earthly vigil had ended. "He appears to have died peacefully, working among the books he loved. There are worse ways to complete one's mortal journey." Dr. Pemberton nodded approvingly. "My preliminary examination suggests natural causes, possibly heart failure." Mr. Whitmore was 73 years old and had mentioned experiencing some chest discomfort in recent weeks, though he refused my suggestions for a more thorough examination. Father Brown studied the scene with the patient attention of someone accustomed to reading the complex text of human behaviour. The scattered papers on the desk told a story of interrupted research, while the careful arrangement of books suggested someone who had maintained his professional standards even while working alone through the night. But it was the small details that caught his attention. The way one particular ledger lay open to a specific page, the neat stack of correspondence that seemed to have been deliberately arranged, the curious absence of what should have been present in a working library. "I notice," he said quietly, "that Mr. Whitmore appears to have been researching genealogical matters. These charts and family trees suggest considerable recent activity in that area." Reginald stepped forward, his scholarly instincts overcoming his shock. "Mr. Whitmore had been helping me trace some discrepancies in our family records. Nothing urgent, merely academic curiosity about certain historical details that seemed inconsistent." The word hung in the air like a question mark, loaded with implications that none of the assembled group seemed ready to explore. Father Brown's mild expression gave no indication that he found this information significant, but his experience had taught him that academic curiosity could sometimes uncover truths that powerful families preferred to keep buried. As the investigation continued, the library gradually revealed its secrets to those patient enough to read them. But the most important revelation would come not from what they found, but from what they discovered was missing, an absence so significant that it would transform a simple case of natural death into something far more complex and dangerous. The library, once Mr. Whitmore's body had been respectfully removed by Dr. Pemberton and the undertaker's assistants, settled into a different kind of silence, one that seemed to whisper of secrets rather than merely mourn the dead. Father Brown remained behind, having volunteered to assist Constable Morrison in documenting the scene, though his true interest lay in reading the subtle language that rooms spoke when tragedy had visited them. The afternoon light, filtering through stained glass windows, painted the mahogany shelves in jewelled hues that shifted and danced like memories refusing to remain still. The priest moved through the library with the careful reverence of someone who understood that books were more than mere objects. They were repositories of human dreams, ambitions, and carefully guarded truths. His round figure, clothed in shabby clerical black, seemed almost to absorb the room's atmosphere as he examined the scattered papers on Mr. Whitmore's desk. Each document told a story, and Father Brown had learned long ago that the most important stories were often written between the lines, in what was implied rather than stated. The genealogical charts that lay spread across the leather-bound blotter bore the marks of recent intensive research. Family trees sprawled across multiple sheets of parchment, their branches traced in different coloured inks that suggested various attempts to verify or correct information. The Ashworth lineage, as recorded in these careful notations, stretched back to the early 18th century, when the first Lord Ashworth had supposedly earned his title through service to the Crown during some forgotten military campaign. But it was the annotations in Mr. Whitmore's precise handwriting that caught Father Brown's attention. Tiny question marks appeared beside certain dates. Small crosses marked entries that seemed to lack proper documentation, and entire sections had been bracketed with notes reading "Verify with parish records" or "Confirm with College of Arms." The picture that emerged was of a family history under careful scrutiny, being subjected to the kind of rigorous examination that libraries were uniquely equipped to provide. Constable Morrison, meanwhile, had been conducting his own methodical investigation of the physical evidence. His notebook, now filled with careful sketches and measurements, documented everything from the position of furniture to the exact arrangement of papers. The practical policeman appreciated Father Brown's quiet presence. The priest had a way of noticing details that others might overlook, and his gentle questions often revealed information that direct interrogation might miss. "Curious thing about these papers," the constable observed, pointing to a neat stack of correspondence that sat beside an ornate bronze inkwell. "They've been arranged very deliberately, almost as if someone wanted them to be found in this particular order." Father Brown nodded thoughtfully, his mild brown eyes studying the letters with the attention that others might reserve for illuminated manuscripts. The topmost letter bore the letterhead of Whitby and Associates, Genealogical Research, a London firm that specialised in tracing family histories for those wealthy enough to afford their services. The date was recent, less than a week old, and the tone was formal yet urgent. "Dear Mr. Whitmore," Father Brown read aloud in his gentle voice, "further investigation into the records you requested has revealed certain discrepancies that require immediate clarification. The documents housed at Somerset House appear to contradict the family history as recorded in Burke's Peerage. We would appreciate the opportunity to examine the original patents and charters held in your collection before proceeding with our report to Lord Ashworth. Most urgently yours, Bernard Whitby, Chief Researcher." The implications of this correspondence settled over the library like dust motes caught in afternoon sunlight. Family histories, particularly those of the aristocracy, were not merely academic exercises. They were the foundation upon which social position, inheritance rights, and centuries of privilege rested. A discrepancy in genealogical records could be as dangerous as a crack in a building's foundation, potentially bringing down entire edifices of carefully constructed respectability. Father Brown set the letter aside and continued his examination of the desk's contents. Mr. Whitmore had been a meticulous record-keeper, and his filing system reflected the kind of scholarly precision that made libraries sanctuaries of human knowledge. But even the most careful system could not hide the fact that something was missing from this carefully arranged collection. "Constable Morrison," the priest said quietly, "I wonder if you might examine that glass cabinet behind the main desk. It appears to house the library's most valuable manuscripts." The policeman followed Father Brown's gaze to an elegant mahogany cabinet, with glass doors that revealed shelves lined with leather-bound volumes, their spines gleaming with gold lettering that proclaimed their rarity and value. The lock on the cabinet doors showed no signs of forced entry, and the volumes appeared to be arranged with museum-quality precision. Yet something about the arrangement struck Father Brown as significant. Upon closer examination, the gap became apparent. One volume, judging by the space between its neighbours and the faint outline of dust on the shelf, had been recently removed. The missing book's absence was made more conspicuous by the careful way the remaining volumes had been repositioned to disguise the gap, a detail that suggested whoever had taken it wanted the theft to go unnoticed for as long as possible. "There's a volume missing," Constable Morrison observed, making careful notes about the cabinet's contents. "Can you determine what it might have been?" Father Brown studied the shelf arrangement with the patience of someone accustomed to solving puzzles through observation rather than interrogation. The missing book had been positioned between a 15th century illuminated psalter and a first edition of Shakespeare's sonnets, company that suggested considerable value and historical significance. A small card catalogue, maintained with typical librarian precision, provided the answer to their question. According to Mr. Whitmore's records, Father Brown said, consulting the meticulously handwritten cards, the missing volume is a first edition of Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, printed by William Caxton in 1477, one of perhaps 50 copies still in existence, and certainly among the most valuable books in the Ashworth collection. The significance of this theft extended far beyond mere monetary value. The Caxton Chaucer was not simply a rare book. It was a cornerstone of English literary history, the kind of volume that established its owner's cultural credentials beyond any possibility of doubt. More importantly, such books often contained inscriptions, annotations, or inserted documents that could provide unique insights into their previous owners' lives and circumstances. The investigation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps in the corridor outside. Lady Margaret appeared in the library doorway, her usually perfect composure showing signs of strain that afternoon's events had created. She had changed from her morning dress into more formal attire, a black silk ensemble that spoke of mourning while maintaining the elegant standards that Thornfield Manor demanded. Her auburn hair, touched with silver, remained perfectly arranged despite the day's emotional upheavals. "Father Brown, Constable Morrison," she said, her voice carrying the controlled authority that came from generations of managing crisis with grace. "I wondered if I might be of any assistance in your investigation. Mr. Whitmore was a valued member of our household for nearly 40 years. If there's anything that might help explain these tragic circumstances." Father Brown noticed the way her voice caught slightly when mentioning the librarian's long service, a detail that suggested genuine affection beneath the formal relationship between employer and employee. In great houses like Thornfield Manor, the boundaries between family and staff often blurred in ways that the outside world rarely understood. Mr. Whitmore had been present for births, deaths, celebrations, and quiet sorrows that bound him to the Ashworth family through shared history rather than mere employment. "Your ladyship is most kind," Father Brown replied with gentle courtesy. "We were just noting that one of the library's rare volumes appears to be missing, the Caxton Chaucer from the secured collection. Might you know of any reason why Mr. Whitmore would have removed it from its usual place?" A shadow passed across Lady Margaret's composed features, so brief that anyone less observant than Father Brown might have missed it entirely. Her gloved hands, which had been resting calmly at her sides, moved unconsciously to smooth imaginary wrinkles from her silk skirt, a gesture the priest recognised as a sign of inner disturbance carefully controlled. "The Chaucer manuscript," she repeated slowly, as if testing the words for hidden significance. "Mr. Whitmore did mention some weeks ago that he was conducting research into the provenance of certain volumes, family history research, at Reginald's request. Perhaps the manuscript was relevant to that investigation." Father Brown nodded thoughtfully, filing away the slight hesitation in her response for future consideration. In his experience, the most revealing conversations were often those where the most important information remained unspoken. Lady Margaret's carefully controlled reaction suggested that the missing Chaucer held significance beyond its obvious literary and monetary value. "Might I inquire about the nature of Master Reginald's historical research?" the priest asked gently. "Academic curiosity can sometimes lead us down unexpected paths." Lady Margaret's pause before answering stretched long enough to become significant. Through the stained glass windows, the afternoon light continued its slow transformation, painting the library's atmosphere in deeper, more mysterious hues. Somewhere in the house, a clock chimed the half-hour, its bronze voice marking time's passage with the authority of centuries. "Reginald has always been fascinated by genealogy," she said finally. "The Ashworth family history spans several centuries, and like many old families, our records contain inconsistencies that scholarly minds find intriguing. Nothing of great importance, merely the kind of historical puzzles that appeal to academic temperaments." The word inconsistencies hung in the air like incense in a cathedral, loaded with implications that none of the participants seemed eager to explore directly. Father Brown had spent enough time among England's great families to understand that genealogical inconsistencies could range from minor clerical errors to secrets capable of destroying carefully constructed social positions. Constable Morrison, whose practical mind focused on more immediate concerns, consulted his notes with the methodical attention that made him valuable in situations requiring careful documentation. "Your ladyship will need to speak with everyone who had contact with Mr. Whitmore yesterday. Might you recall your last conversation with him?" "Yesterday afternoon, just before tea," Lady Margaret replied with the precision that good breeding demanded. "He came to the morning room to report that he had received some correspondence from London genealogical researchers. He seemed troubled by whatever they had written, though he maintained his usual professional discretion about the details." This revelation added another layer to the mysterious circumstances surrounding Mr. Whitmore's death. The timing suggested that the London correspondence, the same letters Father Brown had discovered on the library desk, had been the catalyst for whatever had kept the elderly librarian working through the night. The question remained whether his midnight vigil had been motivated by scholarly curiosity or something more urgent. The investigation's quiet rhythm was disrupted by the appearance of Reginald in the library doorway. The young man's scholarly pallor seemed more pronounced than usual, and his ink-stained fingers clutched a leather portfolio that suggested he had been working in his private study despite the day's tragic events. His resemblance to his mother was striking. The same intelligent eyes, the same careful composure that masked deeper emotions. "Mother," I heard voices and wondered. He began, then noticed Father Brown and Constable Morrison examining the rare book cabinet. "Is there some additional problem with the library?" Father Brown observed the young man's reaction with the gentle attention that had made him successful in reading human nature's more subtle communications. Reginald's eyes immediately moved to the cabinet, and his face showed what appeared to be genuine surprise when he noticed the gap where the Chaucer manuscript should have rested. "The Caxton Chaucer appears to be missing," the priest explained in his mild voice. "We wondered if you might know why Mr. Whitmore would have removed it from the collection." Reginald's surprise seemed authentic, but Father Brown noted the quick glance he exchanged with his mother, a communication that suggested shared knowledge about matters they preferred not to discuss openly. The young man set down his portfolio and approached the cabinet with the careful reverence that rare books deserved. "Missing?" he repeated, his scholarly instincts clearly disturbed by the absence of such an important volume. "That's extraordinary." Mr. Whitmore was fanatically careful about the security of the rare collection. He would never remove anything without making proper notation in the catalogue system. Yet a quick consultation of Mr. Whitmore's meticulous records showed no entry for the Chaucer's removal. The catalogue cards, arranged with library precision, showed the manuscript's location as unchanged since its last routine inspection 3 months earlier. This absence of documentation was as significant as the missing book itself, suggesting that whatever had motivated its removal had happened recently and perhaps urgently. As the afternoon wore on, the library gradually revealed its secrets to those patient enough to read between the lines of its carefully arranged evidence. The missing manuscript, the genealogical research, the urgent correspondence from London. All these elements combined to paint a picture of secrets under investigation, family histories being questioned, and potentially dangerous truths waiting to be discovered. But the most significant revelation was yet to come, hidden in the careful annotations that Mr. Whitmore had made in the margins of his research notes. Father Brown, with the patient attention that had made him formidable at solving mysteries, continued to study the scattered papers on the library desk. It was there, in the elderly librarian's precise handwriting, that he found the clue that would transform their understanding of why a man had died alone in a locked library, surrounded by the books he had spent his life protecting. The truth, when it emerged, would prove far more dangerous than a simple theft. It would reveal that some secrets were worth killing for, and that the carefully constructed facades of England's great families could hide truths that threatened their very foundations. The evening shadows had begun their slow dance across Thornfield Manor's ancient stones when Father Brown settled into the library's most comfortable reading chair, a leather-upholstered refuge that had witnessed decades of scholarly contemplation. The gas lamps, turned low to create a warm amber glow, cast gentle circles of light that seemed to embrace the mahogany shelves and their countless volumes. Outside the tall windows, the October twilight painted the carefully manicured gardens in shades of gold and purple, while the distant sound of peacocks calling to their mates drifted through the crystalline air like memories of more peaceful times. The priest had requested permission to remain in the library for the evening, ostensibly to conduct his own scholarly research while familiarising himself with the scene of Mr. Whitmore's mysterious death. Lord Edmund, grateful for any assistance in resolving the matter quietly, had readily agreed. The Ashworth family's reputation depended upon maintaining the appearance that nothing truly untoward ever occurred within Thornfield Manor's perfectly ordered walls. and Father Brown's discreet investigation seemed preferable to extended police scrutiny. With the house settling into its evening rhythms, servants clearing away dinner service, family members retiring to their private pursuits, the grandfather clock marking time with its bronze-voiced authority, Father Brown found himself alone with the accumulated wisdom of 2 centuries. The library's atmosphere had shifted from the afternoon's investigative tension to something more contemplative, as if the room itself were preparing to reveal secrets that daylight might have kept hidden. The priest's attention focused first on the correspondence that Mr. Whitmore had received from the London genealogical firm. Bernard Whitby's letters, when read in sequence, told a story of mounting concern about discrepancies in the Ashworth family history. The earliest communication, dated 6 weeks prior, had been merely inquisitive, a request for access to original documents that might clarify certain questions about the family's 18th century origins. But as the weeks progressed, the tone had become increasingly urgent, suggesting that the researchers had uncovered information that threatened to overturn accepted historical narratives. "The matter grows more pressing with each document we examine," Whitby had written in his most recent letter. "The records at Somerset House paint a picture quite different from the one presented in Burke's Peerage. We strongly recommend that Lord Ashworth review the original patents and charters before we proceed with our scheduled publication in the Journal of Genealogical Research." Father Brown understood the implications of such academic publication. In 1912, when social position still determined political power and marriage prospects, a family's genealogy was not merely historical curiosity but practical necessity. The difference between being descended from medieval nobility and 18th century merchants could mean the difference between acceptance in the higher circles of society and relegation to the merely wealthy but socially insignificant. The priest's investigation was interrupted by the soft sound of footsteps in the corridor outside. He looked up from the correspondence to see Reginald standing in the library doorway, his scholarly frame silhouetted against the amber light of the hallway. The young man carried an armload of leather-bound volumes and wore the slightly dazed expression of someone emerging from hours of intensive research. "Father Brown," Reginald said quietly, "I hope I'm not disturbing your work. I came to return some volumes to their proper places and perhaps to talk, if you're willing to listen." The priest set aside the genealogical correspondence and gestured toward the chair opposite his own. "Please, join me. I find that libraries encourage honest conversation in ways that drawing rooms sometimes cannot." Reginald settled into the offered chair, his movements carrying the careful precision of someone who had spent most of his life surrounded by fragile and valuable objects. He arranged the books he had brought, medieval chronicles, heraldic texts, and what appeared to be several volumes of parish records, on the small table between them before meeting Father Brown's gentle gaze. "I've been thinking about what happened to poor Mr. Whitmore," the young man began, his voice carrying the weight of guilt and confusion, "about the research he was conducting, the questions that those London genealogists had raised. I can't help feeling that I'm somehow responsible for whatever drove him to work through the night." Father Brown leaned forward slightly, his round face radiating the kind of compassionate attention that encouraged confidences. "Tell me about this research project that you and Mr. Whitmore were pursuing together." Reginald's hands moved nervously among the books he'd brought, his fingers tracing the worn spines as if seeking comfort from their familiar textures. "It began quite innocently, really. As a scholar myself, I've recently completed a dissertation on medieval manuscript illumination at Oxford. I became curious about some of the documents in our family collection. There were inconsistencies in the historical record that didn't align with what I had learned about proper medieval documentation practices." The young man paused, glancing around the library as if the walls themselves might be listening to his confession. The gas lamps flickered gently, creating dancing shadows that seemed to encourage whispered revelations. "What sort of inconsistencies?" Father Brown prompted gently. "Paleographic details primarily," Reginald explained, warming to his scholarly subject despite its personal implications. "The royal patent that supposedly granted our ancestor his title, the handwriting seemed wrong for the period, the language too modern, the seals not quite authentic. As someone trained in manuscript analysis, these details troubled me." Father Brown nodded thoughtfully. The science of paleography, the study of ancient handwriting and document authenticity, was still relatively new in 1912, but Oxford scholars were at the forefront of developing techniques that could expose historical forgeries. A young man with modern training might easily spot deceptions that had fooled earlier generations. So you enlisted Mr. Whitmore's assistance in investigating these concerns? Yes, and he was fascinated by the puzzle, Reginald continued, his voice growing more animated as he described their collaborative research. Mr. Whitmore had spent decades caring for these documents without ever subjecting them to rigorous scholarly analysis. When I pointed out the discrepancies, he became as determined as I was to uncover the truth. The young scholar reached for one of the volumes he had brought, a thick tome bound in faded red leather that bore the arms of the College of Heralds. We began by attempting to verify our family's noble lineage through independent sources, parish records, court documents, contemporary chronicles, anything that might provide external confirmation of the claims made in our family papers. Father Brown accepted the volume and examined its contents with the careful attention that scholarly works deserved. The College of Heralds maintained official records of English nobility, their grants of arms and titles documented with bureaucratic precision that made forgery difficult though not impossible. But as he studied the entries related to the Ashworth family, he began to understand the source of Reginald's growing concerns. The first documented reference to the Ashworth family appears in 1734, the priest observed, reading from the carefully maintained records. A certain Thomas Ashworth received a baronetcy for services to the crown during the pacification of Scotland. Yet your family histories claim descent from much earlier nobility. Exactly, Reginald said, leaning forward with the intensity that academic discoveries could inspire. According to our internal documents, the Ashworth lineage stretches back to the Norman conquest, with ancestors who supposedly fought at Hastings and received land grants from William the Conqueror. But no external source confirms any of these earlier claims. The implications of this discovery settled over the library like twilight deepening into darkness. If the Ashworth family's claims to ancient nobility were fabricated, then their entire social position rested upon a foundation of carefully constructed lies. In Edwardian England, where bloodline determined everything from political influence to marriage prospects, such a revelation could destroy a family's standing completely. Father Brown continued studying the heraldic records, noting the careful precision with which 18th century bureaucrats had documented Thomas Ashworth's elevation to the nobility. The language was formal and specific, describing a successful cloth merchant who had used his wealth to support government policy in Scotland and had been rewarded with a title that established his family among the landed gentry. A cloth merchant, the priest murmured, understanding now why this truth might be so devastating to a family that claimed descent from medieval warriors. Your ancestor earned his nobility through commerce rather than conquest. Reginald's face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. In 1734, such advancement was possible for those with sufficient wealth and political connections. There's no shame in honest commerce, yet somehow our family created an elaborate fiction about ancient lineage to disguise these humble origins. The young man's scholarly training warred with his emotional investment in his family's reputation. Father Brown could see the conflict playing out in his features, the intellectual honesty that demanded truth, balanced against the social conditioning that made merchant ancestry seem somehow shameful compared to fictional nobility. "When did you share these discoveries with your parents?" Father Brown asked gently. "Last month, when the evidence became undeniable," Reginald replied, his voice growing quieter. Mother was distressed. Father was furious, though I'm not certain whether his anger was directed at me for uncovering the truth or at our ancestors for creating the deception. They both insisted that the matter should remain confidential while we determined how to proceed. The priest understood the family's dilemma. In 1912, social mobility still moved primarily in one direction, downward. Families could lose standing through scandal, bankruptcy, or moral failure, but climbing back up the social hierarchy remained nearly impossible. The Ashworth family's carefully maintained position in county society depended upon the acceptance of their claimed ancestry, and any revelation of its fictional nature could lead to immediate social exile. And then the London genealogist became involved, Father Brown prompted. Reginald nodded miserably. Apparently our research had attracted attention in academic circles. When Mr. Whitmore contacted various archives for documentation, word spread that the Ashworth lineage was under scholarly review. Bernard Whitby approached us with an offer to conduct professional genealogical research, claiming he could resolve the questions definitively. But instead his investigation confirmed your worst fears. Worse than that, Reginald said, reaching for another of the volumes he'd brought. Whitby's research revealed that the fabricated documents in our collection were not merely family legends that grew exaggerated over time. They were deliberate forgeries, created sometime in the late 18th century to support false claims of ancient nobility. He opened the book to reveal photocopies of documents that Father Brown recognised as parish records from various English counties. The careful handwriting of country clerks had recorded births, deaths, marriages, and land transactions with a methodical precision that made such records invaluable to genealogical researchers. These records show that Thomas Ashworth, our actual ancestor, was born in 1695 to a family of successful cloth merchants in Yorkshire, Reginald explained. He built upon his family's business success, invested wisely in government bonds during the War of Spanish Succession, and used his wealth to support government policy when the Jacobite rising threatened Scotland. His baronetcy was a legitimate reward for genuine service, but it represented new nobility rather than ancient heritage. Father Brown studied the parish records, noting the careful documentation that traced the Ashworth family's actual history. The story that emerged was admirable in its own right. A family that had built prosperity through honest work, had supported their government during times of crisis, and had earned recognition for their contributions to English society. Yet somehow, this honest success had been deemed insufficient by later generations, who had fabricated a more romantically noble past. The forgeries were remarkably sophisticated, Reginald continued, his scholarly fascination overcoming his personal distress. Whoever created them understood medieval paleography well enough to craft documents that could fool casual examination, but they couldn't anticipate the analytical techniques that modern scholarship would develop. The young man's voice carried a note of genuine admiration for the technical skill involved in the deception, even as he grappled with its implications for his family's reputation. Father Brown recognised this reaction as typical of scholarly minds that could appreciate intellectual achievement even when its purpose was morally questionable. Mr. Whitmore was particularly troubled by the discovery, Reginald went on. As someone who had spent his career protecting and preserving historical documents, the presence of deliberate forgeries in our collection offended his professional principles. He felt responsible for not detecting the deception earlier. This revelation provided insight into the elderly librarian's state of mind during his final night. A man who had devoted his life to maintaining the integrity of historical records would naturally be distressed to discover that he had been the unwitting guardian of elaborate lies. The weight of that knowledge, combined with pressure from the London genealogist to reveal the truth publicly, might well have driven him to work through the night in search of some resolution. The conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps in the corridor outside. Lady Margaret appeared in the library doorway, her evening dress of midnight blue silk rustling softly as she entered the room. Her face bore the composed expression that had been trained into her since childhood, but Father Brown noticed the subtle signs of strain around her eyes, and the careful way she held her shoulders, as if carrying an invisible burden. "Reginald." "Father Brown," she said, her voice carrying the controlled authority that managing great houses required. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." The gas lamps flickered gently, creating dancing shadows that seemed to encourage whispered revelations. "What sort of inconsistencies?" Father Brown prompted gently. "Paleographic details primarily," Reginald explained, warming to his scholarly subject despite its personal implications. The royal patent that supposedly granted our ancestor his title, the handwriting seemed wrong for the period, the language too modern, the seals not quite authentic. As someone trained in the manuscript analysis, these details troubled me. Father Brown nodded thoughtfully. The science of paleography, the study of ancient handwriting and document authenticity, was still relatively new in 1912, but Oxford scholars were at the forefront of developing techniques that could expose historical forgeries. A young man with modern training might easily spot deceptions that had fooled earlier generations. So you enlisted Mr. Whitmore's assistance in investigating these concerns? Yes, and he was fascinated by the puzzle, Reginald continued, his voice growing more animated as he described their collaborative research. Mr. Whitmore had spent decades caring for these documents without ever subjecting them to rigorous scholarly analysis. When I pointed out the discrepancies, he became as determined as I was to uncover the truth. The young scholar reached for one of the volumes he had brought, a thick tome bound in faded red leather that bore the arms of the College of Heralds. We began by attempting to verify our family's noble lineage through independent sources, parish records, court documents, contemporary chronicles, anything that might provide external confirmation of the claims made in our family papers. Father Brown accepted the volume and examined its contents with the careful attention that scholarly works deserved. The College of Heralds maintained official records of English nobility, their grants of arms and titles documented with bureaucratic precision that made forgery difficult though not impossible. But as he studied the entries related to the Ashworth family, he began to understand the source of Reginald's growing concerns. The first documented reference to the Ashworth family appears in 1734, the priest observed, reading from the carefully maintained records. A certain Thomas Ashworth received a baronetcy for services to the crown during the pacification of Scotland. Yet your family histories claim descent from much earlier nobility. Exactly, Reginald said, leaning forward with the intensity that academic discoveries could inspire. According to our internal documents, the Ashworth lineage stretches back to the Norman conquest, with ancestors who supposedly fought at Hastings and received land grants from William the Conqueror. But no external source confirms any of these earlier claims. The implications of this discovery settled over the library like twilight deepening into darkness. If the Ashworth family's claims to ancient nobility were fabricated, then their entire social position rested upon a foundation of carefully constructed lies. In Edwardian England, where bloodline determined everything from political influence to marriage prospects, such a revelation could destroy a family's standing completely. Father Brown continued studying the heraldic records, noting the careful precision with which 18th century bureaucrats had documented Thomas Ashworth's elevation to the nobility. The language was formal and specific, describing a successful cloth merchant who had used his wealth to support government policy in Scotland and had been rewarded with a title that established his family among the landed gentry. A cloth merchant, the priest murmured, understanding now why this truth might be so devastating to a family that claimed descent from medieval warriors. Your ancestor earned his nobility through commerce rather than conquest. Reginald's face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. In 1734, such advancement was possible for those with sufficient wealth and political connections. There's no shame in honest commerce, yet somehow our family created an elaborate fiction about ancient lineage to disguise these humble origins. The young man's scholarly training warred with his emotional investment in his family's reputation. Father Brown could see the conflict playing out in his features, the intellectual honesty that demanded truth, balanced against the social conditioning that made merchant ancestry seem somehow shameful compared to fictional nobility. "When did you share these discoveries with your parents?" Father Brown asked gently. "Last month, when the evidence became undeniable," Reginald replied, his voice growing quieter. Mother was distressed. Father was furious, though I'm not certain whether his anger was directed at me for uncovering the truth or at our ancestors for creating the deception. "You don't understand," she said, addressing her words to the dancing flames in the fireplace rather than to her son or Father Brown. The genealogical research, the questions about our family history, those were never the real problem. They were simply inconvenient. But the Chaucer manuscript... She trailed off, leaving the sentence hanging in the air like smoke from an extinguished candle. Father Brown settled back into his chair, recognizing that patience would serve him better than pressing for immediate explanations. In his experience, the most important confessions emerged when people felt safe enough to unburden themselves, rather than when they felt cornered by direct questioning. The silence stretched long enough for the library's ambient sounds to reassert themselves. The gentle hiss of gas flames, the settling of ancient timbers in the walls, the distant chiming of the grandfather clock marking another quarter hour in the slow progression toward midnight. Outside the tall windows, the October wind stirred the last leaves on ancient oaks, creating a whispered accompaniment to whatever revelation Lady Margaret was preparing to share. "The Chaucer manuscript contains more than just medieval poetry," she said finally, her voice gaining strength as she committed herself to honesty. "Sometime in the 18th century, when our ancestor Thomas Ashworth was establishing his claim to nobility, certain additional documents were inserted between its pages." Father Brown felt the pieces of the puzzle beginning to align, like mechanical components falling into their proper positions. Documents related to the forged genealogical records. Lady Margaret nodded slowly, her composed exterior giving way to something more vulnerable and human. Not just related to them, the original templates from which the forgeries were created. Whoever crafted our fictional family history used authentic medieval documents as models, copying their style, their language, their official seals. They kept these originals hidden in the Chaucer manuscript, perhaps as insurance against future questions about authenticity. The implications of this revelation transformed Father Brown's understanding of the case completely. The missing manuscript wasn't simply a valuable book that had been stolen by an opportunistic thief. It was a repository of evidence that could expose not merely genealogical fraud, but criminal forgery on a scale that would destroy the Ashworth family utterly. Reginald sank back into his chair, his scholarly mind grappling with the full scope of his family's deception. "You mean that our ancestors didn't simply exaggerate their noble connections? They actually stole authentic documents and used them to create false proof of nobility?" "Worse than that," Lady Margaret continued, her voice growing steadier as the truth finally emerged after decades of concealment. "Some of those original documents belonged to other families whose legitimate claims to nobility were appropriated along with their documentary evidence. The Ashworth rise to social prominence wasn't just built on lies, it was built on the systematic theft of other people's authentic heritage." Father Brown understood now why Mr. Whitmore had been so deeply troubled by the genealogical research. As a professional librarian and guardian of historical documents, discovering that his collection included evidence of such extensive fraud would have challenged everything he believed about his life's work. The elderly man had devoted his career to preserving authentic historical records, only to learn that he had been the unwitting custodian of an elaborate criminal enterprise. "Mr. Whitmore discovered these hidden documents during his research?" the priest asked gently. Lady Margaret nodded, tears beginning to gather in her carefully composed eyes. 3 days ago. He came to Edmund and me in a state of... I've never seen him so distressed. He felt that his professional integrity demanded that he report the forgeries to the appropriate authorities, but he also understood that doing so would destroy our family completely. The moral dilemma that had tormented the elderly librarian began to take shape in Father Brown's mind. A man who had spent 40 years protecting the Ashworth family's interests, who had developed genuine affection for them despite the employer-servant relationship, suddenly faced with evidence that they were guilty of crimes that modern law would still consider serious offences. "What did your husband counsel him to do?" Father Brown inquired. "Edmund was practical," Lady Margaret said, choosing her words carefully. "He pointed out that the crimes, if crimes they were, had been committed over a century ago by people long dead, that destroying a living family for the sins of distant ancestors served no constructive purpose. He suggested that the documents could be quietly destroyed, allowing the truth to die with Mr. Whitmore's discretion. But Father Brown could see from Lady Margaret's expression that this pragmatic solution had not satisfied everyone involved. And Mr. Whitmore's response? He was torn, she admitted. His personal loyalty to our family warred with his professional ethics. He asked for time to consider his options, to pray about what conscience demanded of him. We agreed to give him until the end of the week to decide how to proceed. Reginald looked up from the genealogical documents he'd been studying, his face pale with the weight of understanding. But the London genealogist wouldn't wait that long. Whitby's letters indicate that they intended to publish their findings immediately, with or without our cooperation. This added pressure explained the urgency that had driven Mr. Whitmore to work through his final night. Caught between the family's expectations of loyalty and his own professional standards, facing external pressure from researchers who threatened to expose partial truths without understanding the full scope of the fraud, the elderly librarian had found himself in an impossible position. Father Brown rose from his chair and moved to the library windows, looking out at the moonlit gardens where peacocks roosted in ancient oaks, and centuries of careful cultivation had created an illusion of natural perfection. The view reminded him that even the most beautiful facades often concealed extensive human effort and occasional deception. "Tell me about the night Mr. Whitmore died," he said quietly, his back still turned to the room. "Who was the last person to see him alive?" The question hung in the air like incense in a cathedral, heavy with implications that none of the participants seemed eager to explore. Lady Margaret's silence stretched long enough to become significant, while Reginald shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his scholarly honesty warring with family loyalty in ways that left him visibly conflicted. "I saw him last," Reginald said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "Around 11 o'clock. I came to the library to collect some books for my evening reading, and found him at his desk working by lamplight. He seemed agitated, more troubled than I had ever seen him." Father Brown turned back to face the room, his gentle brown eyes studying Reginald's expression with the attention that had made him formidable at reading human nature. "Did you speak with him?" "Briefly," Reginald replied, his hands moving nervously among the books on the table. "I asked if he was quite well, if there was anything I could do to assist him. He looked up at me with such anguish in his eyes. He said that he had discovered something that would force him to choose between loyalty and truth, and that he feared whatever choice he made would destroy people he cared about." The young man's voice caught slightly as he continued. "I offered to stay with him, to discuss whatever was troubling him, but he insisted that he needed to work through the problem alone. He said that some decisions could only be made in solitude, with prayer and careful thought." Lady Margaret had been listening to her son's account with growing distress, her composed facade finally cracking under the weight of accumulated guilt and fear. "We should have insisted that he not face this burden alone," she said, her voice breaking slightly. 40 years of faithful service, and we left him to wrestle with an impossible choice without support or guidance. Father Brown moved closer to the desk where Mr. Whitmore had died, studying the scattered papers that still bore the evidence of his final night's work. The genealogical charts, the correspondence from London researchers, the careful annotations in the librarian's precise handwriting, all of it painted a picture of a man desperately seeking some solution that would satisfy both conscience and loyalty. "There's one detail that puzzles me," the priest said thoughtfully. "If Mr. Whitmore had decided to reveal the truth about the forged documents, why would he have removed the Chaucer manuscript from its secure location? Surely keeping the evidence safe would have been his primary concern." This question struck both Lady Margaret and Reginald as significant. They exchanged glances that suggested they had been avoiding this particular line of reasoning, perhaps because its implications were too frightening to contemplate directly. "Unless," Father Brown continued gently, "he had decided to destroy the evidence rather than expose it. A final act of loyalty that would protect the family he had served while satisfying his conscience by ensuring that the fraudulent documents could never be used again. The possibility that Mr. Whitmore had planned to burn the evidence rather than expose it cast his final night in a different light. Instead of a man tormented by impossible choices, he might have been someone who had found a solution that satisfied both his professional ethics and his personal loyalty, destroying the criminal evidence while protecting the family from scandal. But if that had been his intention, what had prevented him from carrying it out? And where was the Chaucer manuscript now? As Father Brown continued his gentle investigation, the library gradually revealed its final secrets. The truth about Mr. Whitmore's death, when it emerged, would prove that even the most carefully planned solutions could be disrupted by human passion and the terrible weight of family honour. The missing manuscript held the key not just to genealogical fraud, but to a crime that had been committed not from greed, but from the desperate desire to preserve an illusion that had become more important than truth itself. The morning light that filtered through the conservatory's glass panels painted the assembled Ashworth family in soft ethereal hues that seemed almost to absolve them of earthly concerns. Father Brown had requested this gathering in the manor's most peaceful sanctuary, a magnificent glassed pavilion where exotic plants from distant corners of the empire created a verdant paradise that bloomed even in October's declining warmth. The gentle sound of water trickling from a central fountain provided a soothing backdrop to what would prove to be the most difficult conversation in the family's long history. Orchids from the Far East displayed their delicate blooms among broad-leafed palms that whispered secrets in languages older than human speech. The air carried the perfume of jasmine and gardenias, mingled with the rich, earthy scent of carefully tended soil that spoke of life persisting even in controlled environments. Wrought iron benches, painted white and softened with silk cushions, provided comfortable seating that encouraged contemplation rather than confrontation. Lord Edmund sat with the rigid posture of someone prepared to defend his family's honour against any assault, his silver-headed walking stick planted firmly between his feet, like a standard bearer's pole. Lady Margaret had chosen a seat near the fountain, where the soft sound of flowing water might provide comfort during whatever ordeal awaited them. Reginald positioned himself close to his mother, his scholarly pallor more pronounced than usual, his ink-stained fingers clutching a leather portfolio that contained the fruits of his genealogical research. Dr. Pemberton had been invited to attend, ostensibly because his medical expertise might be relevant to understanding Mr. Whitmore's death, but actually because Father Brown believed that the presence of a trusted family friend would provide emotional support during the difficult revelations ahead. Constable Morrison stood near the conservatory's entrance, his notebook ready, but his manner suggesting that he understood this gathering was more about healing than prosecution. Father Brown moved among the exotic plants with the gentle reverence that all living things deserved, his round figure seeming to absorb the conservatory's peaceful atmosphere while his mind organised the complex threads of evidence that had led them to this moment. The priest understood that the truth, when it finally emerged, would need to be delivered with the same careful attention that gardeners used when transplanting delicate specimens, slowly, gently, with proper preparation of the soil that would need to support new growth. "I believe," he began, his voice carrying easily through the glass-walled space, "that we have gathered enough information to understand what happened to Mr. Whitmore on the night he died. But before we discuss the specific circumstances of his death, we must first acknowledge the burden of the knowledge that he carried during his final hours." The priest paused near a magnificent orchid whose purple blooms seemed to glow with their own inner light. Mr. Whitmore had discovered that the Ashworth family's claim to nobility rested not merely on forged documents, but on authentic papers stolen from other families. The Caxton Chaucer manuscript, hidden in plain sight among the library's treasures, contained evidence of crimes that modern law would still consider serious offences. Lord Edmund's face flushed with the anger of someone unaccustomed to having his family's private matters discussed openly, even in such gentle terms. "Father Brown, I protest the characterization of 18th century business practices as criminal. Our ancestors operated within the social and legal frameworks of their time." "Indeed," the priest replied mildly, "but Mr. Whitmore operated within the frameworks of our time. As a professional librarian and guardian of historical documents, he felt morally obligated to report what he had discovered to the appropriate authorities. Yet 40 years of loyal service to your family made that obligation feel like betrayal." Lady Margaret's composure, which had been carefully rebuilt since the previous evening's emotional breakdown, began to show signs of strain again. "Mr. Whitmore was like family to us. The thought that he died feeling torn between duty and loyalty." Father Brown approached the fountain, where the gentle sound of water falling into the marble basin created a natural rhythm that seemed to encourage honest reflection. "The final piece of this puzzle emerged when I examined the library more carefully after our conversation last evening. Hidden behind a loose panel in Mr. Whitmore's desk, I discovered the missing Chaucer manuscript. This revelation struck the assembled group like a physical blow. Reginald dropped his leather portfolio, its contents scattering across the marble floor in a rustle of papers that seemed unnaturally loud in the conservatory's peaceful atmosphere. Lady Margaret's hand moved to her throat, where her pearl brooch seemed to offer little comfort against the implications of Father Brown's discovery. "Impossible," Lord Edmund declared, though his voice lacked conviction. "If the manuscript was in the library all along, then what was stolen? And why did Mr. Whitmore lock himself inside?" Father Brown's gentle brown eyes studied each member of the family in turn, reading the complex emotions that played across their features like shadows moving through sunlit gardens. "Nothing was stolen, Lord Edmund. The manuscript was removed from its display case and hidden, because someone feared that Mr. Whitmore intended to destroy it, rather than reveal its contents to the world." The priest moved closer to where Reginald sat, noting the young man's increasingly pale complexion and the way his hands trembled among the scattered papers from his portfolio. "When you visited Mr. Whitmore that final night, you found him not merely researching the family genealogy, but preparing to burn the evidence that could destroy your social position. The fireplace in the library had been prepared with kindling, and the Chaucer manuscript lay open beside it, ready for destruction." Reginald's scholarly composure finally cracked under the weight of accusation and guilt. "You don't understand," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "He was going to destroy centuries of irreplaceable historical documents. As a scholar, I couldn't allow such vandalism, regardless of the consequences for our family." Lady Margaret turned toward her son with an expression of dawning horror. "Reginald, what did you do?" The young man's confession emerged in fragments, like pieces of a shattered vase that could never be perfectly reassembled. "I tried to reason with him, to explain that destroying the documents was as much a crime against scholarship as revealing them would be against our family. But he was resolute. He said that his conscience demanded action, and if he couldn't bring himself to expose the fraud publicly, then he would ensure that the evidence could never harm anyone again." Father Brown settled onto one of the wrought-iron benches, his presence radiating the kind of gentle patience that encouraged complete honesty. "Tell us what happened next, Reginald." "We argued," the young man continued, his voice growing stronger as he committed himself to the truth. "Not loudly. Mr. Whitmore was too dignified for raised voices, but with the intensity that comes when fundamental principles collide. He accused me of caring more about social position than historical truth. I accused him of destroying irreplaceable artifacts to satisfy a guilty conscience." The conservatory's exotic plants seemed to lean closer, as if even they understood the gravity of what was being revealed. Dr. Pemberton had pulled out his medical bag, clearly concerned about the emotional strain that the confession was placing on everyone present. "The argument became physical," Reginald admitted, his scholarly demeanour cracking to reveal the passionate nature that academic pursuits usually kept controlled. "Not violently, you understand, but I grasped his arm to prevent him from placing the manuscript in the flames. He was stronger than I expected for a man of his age, and in our struggle." The young man's voice broke completely, leaving the terrible implication hanging in the conservatory's perfumed air like the scent of flowers tinged with decay. Lady Margaret's composure dissolved entirely. "Dear God, Reginald, you didn't mean. You couldn't have." "It was an accident," Reginald said through tears that had been building for days. He stumbled backward, struck his head against the corner of the cataloguing desk. "The sound? I'll never forget that sound." He collapsed immediately, and when I checked for signs of life, Dr. Pemberton moved quickly to examine the young man, recognizing the symptoms of emotional shock that could lead to complete breakdown. "Take your time, my boy. Tell us what happened after Mr. Whitmore fell." "I panicked," Reginald continued, accepting the handkerchief that his mother offered with trembling hands. "I checked for pulse, for breathing, for any sign that he might recover, but it was clear that the injury had been fatal. I realised that I had killed a man who had been like a grandfather to me, a man whose only crime was having a conscience." Father Brown's voice carried the gentle authority that had comforted countless souls in crisis. You attempted to make his death appear natural. Reginald nodded miserably. I positioned him at his desk as if he had simply fallen asleep while working. I scattered papers to suggest ongoing research, arranged his hands as if he had been writing. Then I took the Chaucer manuscript and hid it in his desk, hoping that its absence from the rare book collection would be attributed to his research rather than to any struggle. The young man's engineering of the scene explained the puzzling details that had troubled the investigation from the beginning. The locked library doors, the burning gas lamps, the carefully arranged papers, all had been designed to suggest that Mr. Whitmore had died peacefully while pursuing his scholarly duties. But you couldn't bring yourself to leave immediately, Father Brown observed. The locked doors suggest that you remained in the library for some time after Mr. Whitmore's death. I sat with him, Reginald admitted, his voice barely audible above the fountain's gentle music. I couldn't bear the thought of leaving him alone after what I had done. I spent hours trying to pray, trying to find some way to undo the terrible accident, trying to understand how my desire to protect historical documents had led to such tragedy. Constable Morrison had been making careful notes throughout this confession, but his expression suggested more sorrow than professional satisfaction at solving the case. And you left the library when? Near dawn, Reginald replied. I unlocked the doors from inside and slipped out through the servants' corridors, hoping that Mr. Whitmore's body would be discovered during the normal course of morning duties. I never intended for the mystery to become so elaborate. The confession explained everything except the most important question of all. Father Brown rose from his bench and approached the young man with the compassionate attention that pastoral care required. "Reginald," he said gently, "why did you fight so hard to prevent Mr. Whitmore from destroying evidence that you yourself had concluded was fraudulent? Why protect a family legacy that you knew was built on lies?" This question struck at the heart of the moral crisis that had led to tragedy. Reginald looked around the conservatory, taking in the exotic plants that his family's wealth had gathered from across the empire, the beautiful setting that generations of careful cultivation had created, the peaceful sanctuary that represented everything Thornfield Manor claimed to be. "Because," he said finally, "I realized that the lie had become more important than the truth. Our family's position in society, our ability to maintain this estate and employ dozens of people, our influence in county politics and charitable works, all of it depends on maintaining the fiction of ancient nobility. Destroying that fiction would harm more than just our family." Lady Margaret moved to her son's side, her maternal instincts overriding her shock at his confession. "The responsibility was never yours to bear alone, my darling boy. If anyone should have stopped Mr. Whitmore, it should have been your father or myself." Lord Edmund, who had remained silent throughout most of the confession, finally spoke with a voice heavy with understanding and regret. "The boy was protecting all of us, Margaret. He understood that sometimes the present matters more than the past, that living people deserve consideration before dead principles." Father Brown studied the family group with eyes that had seen every variation of human weakness and strength. "The tragedy is that Mr. Whitmore might have reached the same conclusion, given time for prayer and reflection. His struggle at final night was not between right and wrong, but between two competing definitions of righteousness." Dr. Pemberton approached Reginald with professional concern. "My boy, you'll need to submit yourself to the proper authorities, but I believe any court would recognise the accidental nature of Mr. Whitmore's death. Manslaughter under extreme emotional duress, perhaps, but not murder." The conservatory's peaceful atmosphere gradually absorbed the shock of confession, as if the exotic plants and flowing water possessed some natural capacity for forgiveness. Father Brown understood that healing would require time, patience, and the kind of gentle attention that gardens taught those wise enough to learn from them. As the morning light continued its slow transformation of the glass-walled sanctuary, the Ashworth family began the difficult process of facing truth without destroying hope. The mystery of the locked library had been solved, but the larger questions about honour, heritage, and the weight of family secrets would require years rather than hours to resolve. Father Brown's investigation had revealed not just the facts of Mr. Whitmore's death, but the complex human emotions that had made tragedy inevitable. in the conservatory's peaceful embrace, surrounded by the beauty that careful cultivation could create, they began to understand that even the most terrible mistakes could be opportunities for growth, provided they were tended with the same patient attention that gardeners gave to their most delicate specimens. The autumn dawn broke over Thornfield Manor with a kind of ethereal beauty that seemed to promise redemption, even in the aftermath of tragedy. Father Brown stood at the library windows, watching as morning mist rose from the perfectly manicured gardens, like the gentle breath of a world awakening to possibilities beyond yesterday's sorrows. The peacocks that wandered across the emerald lawns called to their mates with voices that carried both melancholy and hope, their jewelled plumage catching the first golden rays of sunlight that painted the ancient estate in hues of amber and rose. The events of the previous evening had left the Ashworth family profoundly changed, yet the house itself seemed to embrace them with the same steadfast loyalty that had sheltered generations of secrets, triumphs, and quiet human failures. The gas lamps that had illuminated their darkest confessions had been extinguished, replaced by the natural light that filtered through stained glass windows to paint the library's mahogany shelves in patterns that seemed almost sacramental in their beauty. Reginald had spent the night in prayer and preparation, accepting with remarkable grace the necessity of surrendering himself to Constable Morrison's custody. The young scholar had dressed carefully in his finest clothes, not from vanity, but from the understanding that dignity in facing consequences was as important as honesty in acknowledging mistakes. His face, while pale from sleepless hours of soul-searching, bore a calm expression that suggested he had found peace in finally releasing the burden of terrible secrets. Lady Margaret had remained with her son throughout the night, her maternal love transcending any shock or disappointment at his confession. She had sent word to the family's London solicitor, ensuring that Reginald would receive proper legal representation, but her primary concern was providing emotional support during the most difficult hours of his young life. Her composure, rebuilt from fragments of shattered pretense, now reflected genuine strength rather than carefully maintained facade. Lord Edmund had retreated to his study for most of the night, grappling with the implications of revelations that challenged everything he believed about family honour and social responsibility. The discovery that his ancestors had built their nobility on stolen heritage was devastating enough, but learning that his son had accidentally killed a beloved family retainer in defence of those lies created moral complexities that no amount of proper breeding had prepared him to address. Dr. Pemberton had remained at the manor throughout the night, understanding that his role extended beyond medical care to pastoral support for a family in crisis. His presence provided the kind of steady professional comfort that helped transform overwhelming tragedy into manageable sorrow. The elderly physician had seen enough of human nature to understand that even good people could make terrible mistakes when impossible circumstances forced them to choose between competing loyalties. Father Brown had used the quiet hours before dawn to complete his investigation of the library, not seeking additional evidence, but rather understanding the full context of Mr. Whitmore's final night. The elderly librarian's research notes, when read with complete knowledge of the hidden documents and family secrets, painted a picture of a man wrestling with genuine moral complexity rather than simple choices between right and wrong. The Caxton Chaucer manuscript, carefully extracted from its hiding place in the librarian's desk, had been examined with the reverence that such historical treasures deserved. The hidden documents it contained, authentic medieval papers that had been stolen to create fraudulent proof of Ashworth nobility, represented not just criminal evidence but artefacts of genuine historical significance. Father Brown understood that these papers belonged neither to the Ashworth family nor to modern prosecutors, but to the institutions that preserved England's documentary heritage for future generations. As the sun climbed higher above Thornfield Manor's ancient roofline, the family gathered once more in the conservatory, where confession had brought both pain and liberation. The exotic plants seemed more vibrant in the morning light, their blooms releasing perfumes that spoke of life persisting despite the changing seasons. The fountain's gentle music provided a soothing backdrop for conversations that would determine how the family would rebuild their lives on foundations of truth rather than carefully constructed lies. Constable Morrison arrived promptly at 8 o'clock, his uniform pressed and his manner respectful of both legal necessity and human tragedy. He carried the paperwork that would formalise Reginald's surrender to authorities, but his expression suggested understanding that justice could be served without cruelty. The practical policeman had consulted with the county magistrate and Crown prosecutor during the early morning hours, ensuring that the young man's voluntary confession and the accidental nature of Mr. Whitmore's death would receive appropriate consideration. "Master Reginald," the constable said gently, "I'm afraid we must proceed with the formal arrest, though I believe the circumstances will speak in your favour when the matter comes before the courts." Reginald rose from the wrought-iron bench where he had been sitting with his mother, his movements carrying the kind of quiet dignity that characterised people who had accepted responsibility for their actions regardless of consequences. "I understand, Constable Morrison. I'm prepared to face whatever justice requires." The young man embraced his parents with genuine affection, understanding that this might be their last private moment together for some time. Lady Margaret's composure held steady, though her eyes betrayed the depth of her maternal anguish. Lord Edmund's handshake conveyed pride in his son's courage, along with sorrow at the circumstances that had made such courage necessary. Father Brown approached the family group with the gentle authority that pastoral care required. "Before you leave, Reginald, there are matters that must be addressed regarding the documents you sought to protect." The priest's words carried implications that extended beyond criminal proceedings to questions of historical justice and moral responsibility. The stolen medieval papers hidden in the Chaucer manuscript represented legitimate heritage that had been appropriated from other families during the 18th century's competitive scramble for social advancement. "I've been in correspondence this morning with colleagues at the British Museum and the College of Heralds," Father Brown continued. "They've agreed to accept custody of the authentic documents, ensuring that they'll be preserved properly while efforts are made to return them to their rightful owners or their descendants." This solution offered a way forward that satisfied both legal requirements and ethical obligations. The evidence of Ashworth genealogical fraud would be preserved and made available to authorities, but within the context of scholarly research, rather than sensational publicity. The families whose heritage had been stolen would have their authentic documents restored, while the Ashworth family would face consequences appropriate to their actual, rather than fabricated, social position. Lady Margaret understood the implications immediately. "Will be revealed as descendants of merchants rather than medieval nobility." "Yes," Father Brown replied gently, "but 18th century merchants who earned their advancement through legitimate service to the Crown. Thomas Ashworth's actual achievements, building a successful business, supporting government policy during times of crisis, earning recognition for genuine contributions to English society, reflect honour that requires no embellishment." Lord Edmund struggled with concepts that challenged lifelong assumptions about social hierarchy and family worth, but our position in county society, our influence in charitable works, our ability to maintain the estate, will depend upon your character and actions rather than your ancestry, the priest said firmly but kindly. Many of England's most respected families trace their origins to successful merchants, professional soldiers, or scholarly clergy rather than Norman conquerors. Honest achievement often proves more durable than inherited privilege. Dr. Pemberton nodded approvingly. The revelation may actually enhance your family's reputation among thinking people. Earning nobility through service shows more character than simply inheriting it through accident of birth. As the morning progressed, the practical details of managing crisis began to take shape around principles of honesty and dignity. The family's London solicitor would coordinate with prosecutors to ensure that Reginald's case received fair consideration, emphasising the accidental nature of Mr. Whitmore's death and the young man's immediate cooperation with authorities. The genealogical fraud would be addressed through civil proceedings that focused on restitution rather than punishment for crimes committed by long-dead ancestors. The estate's future would be secured through careful financial management, rather than dependence on social connections that might be strained by revelations about the family's true origins. Thornfield Manor itself, beautiful, well-maintained, and profitable through centuries of careful stewardship, would continue to provide both home and livelihood, regardless of whether its owners could claim medieval ancestry. Most importantly, the family would rebuild their relationships with their community based on their actual contributions rather than manufactured heritage. Their support for local charities, their employment of county residents, their participation in civic affairs, all of these genuine achievements would matter more than genealogical charts in determining their long-term social standing. Father Brown's role in the resolution extended beyond solving the mystery of Mr. Whitmore's death, to helping the family understand that truth, however painful initially, offered more solid foundations for the future than even the most carefully constructed lies. The priest's experience had taught him that secrets always exacted costs that eventually exceeded their benefits, while honesty, despite its immediate difficulties, usually proved liberating in the long term. As Constable Morrison prepared to escort Reginald to the county courthouse, the young man requested a final moment in the library where Mr. Whitmore had died. The elderly librarian's desk had been cleared and arranged with fresh flowers, white roses from the manor's gardens that spoke of remembrance without melodrama. The rare book collection remained intact, its authentic treasures now properly documented and secured against future questions about provenance. "I want to apologise to him," Reginald said simply, addressing his words to the empty chair where Mr. Whitmore had spent countless hours cataloguing knowledge and preserving history. "He deserved better than to die defending principles that I was too frightened to understand." Father Brown stood quietly nearby, understanding that such moments of private reckoning were essential for genuine healing. The library's peaceful atmosphere seemed to absorb the young man's sorrow and transform it into something approaching acceptance, as if the room itself possessed the capacity for forgiveness that good books could teach to patient readers. The drive to the courthouse passed through countryside that displayed autumn's full glory, ancient oaks dressed in gold and crimson, fields where morning mist lingered like blessings over recently harvested grain, hedgerows where blackbirds sang melodies that had welcomed countless dawns. The beauty of the Gloucestershire landscape reminded everyone present that life continued its eternal cycles, regardless of human tragedy, that seasons of sorrow inevitably gave way to periods of renewal and growth. At the courthouse, Reginald's arraignment proceeded with the dignified efficiency that English law provided when applied with compassion as well as justice. The magistrate, having reviewed the circumstances and evidence, accepted a plea of manslaughter under extreme emotional duress and set bail pending formal proceedings. The young man's voluntary confession, his cooperation with authorities, and the accidental nature of Mr. Whitmore's death all contributed to a legal process that emphasised rehabilitation rather than retribution. The afternoon found Father Brown back at Thornfield Manor, helping the family begin the difficult but necessary process of rebuilding their lives on foundations of truth. The library, once again peaceful and properly organised, would serve as a memorial to Mr. Whitmore's dedication to preserving authentic history. The books he had protected would continue to offer their wisdom to future generations, while the fraudulent documents that had caused so much anguish would find their proper places in scholarly collections devoted to understanding rather than deceiving. As evening approached, the manor settled into rhythms that felt both familiar and transformed. The servants, informed of the essential facts without unnecessary details, continued their duties with the loyalty that good employers earned through consistent decency rather than inherited authority. The gardens maintained their beauty, the peacocks continued their ancient calls, and the grandfather clock marked time with the same bronze-voiced authority it had possessed through decades of family secrets and revelations. Lady Margaret found unexpected peace in planning a memorial service for Mr. Whitmore that would celebrate his 40 years of faithful service while acknowledging the moral complexity of his final struggle. The elderly librarian would be remembered not as a victim of family deception, but as a man who had devoted his life to preserving knowledge, and who had died wrestling with questions that had no easy answers. Lord Edmund discovered that facing truth, however painful, required less energy than maintaining elaborate lies. The revelation of his family's merchant origins, while initially devastating to his self-image, gradually became a source of pride in ancestors who had earned their advancement through hard work and genuine service. The fictional medieval heritage had always felt somewhat unreal. The documented achievements of Thomas Ashworth possessed the solid satisfaction of authentic accomplishment. As Father Brown prepared to leave Thornfield Manor the following morning, he paused once more in the library where the mystery had unfolded. The room had reclaimed its character as a sanctuary of learning rather than a repository of dangerous secrets. Sunlight streamed through stained glass windows to paint the mahogany shelves in jewelled patterns that spoke of beauty emerging from careful attention to truth. The priest understood that his investigation had accomplished more than solving a puzzle about locked doors and missing manuscripts. It had helped a family discover that their real worth lay not in fabricated ancestry, but in their capacity for love, loyalty, and ultimately honesty when faced with impossible choices. The tragedy of Mr. Whitmore's death had revealed the terrible costs of maintaining lies, but it had also demonstrated the healing power of accepting truth with courage and dignity. The case of the locked library would be remembered not as a story of crime and punishment, but as a testament to the possibility of redemption, even in the aftermath of terrible mistakes. The dawn that had broken over Thornfield Manor with such ethereal beauty had brought more than just another day. It had brought the gentle mercy that allowed broken families to rebuild themselves on foundations strong enough to support both truth and hope. As Father Brown's carriage disappeared down the tree-lined drive, the ancient manor settled into peaceful slumber, its windows glowing warmly in the gathering dusk, its gardens whispering secrets that no longer needed to be hidden, its library once again serving as a sanctuary where books offered their timeless wisdom to anyone patient enough to read between the lines of human experience and divine forgiveness. And so our tale of the locked library draws to its gentle close, like a book whose final pages we turn with both satisfaction and reluctance. In the quiet halls of Thornfield Manor, where morning light now dances freely through windows no longer shadowed by secrets, we find that truth, however painful in its emergence, brings a peace that no amount of carefully constructed lies could ever provide. The mystery that began with a missing librarian and a locked door revealed itself to be something far more complex, a story of human hearts caught between loyalty and conscience, of family honour weighed against scholarly truth, of the terrible accidents that can occur when impossible choices force good people into desperate actions. Father Brown's gentle investigation showed us that the most important mysteries are often not about what happened, but about why people make the choices they do when faced with circumstances that offer no easy answers. Mr. Whitmore's final night was not just about a man who died alone among his books, but about the weight of secrets that families carry across generations and the courage required to finally set those burdens down. Tonight, as you settle into your own peaceful slumber, perhaps you'll dream of libraries filled with honest books, of gardens where truth grows as naturally as roses, of great houses where love proves stronger than pride, and of the gentle dawn that always follows even the darkest nights of the soul. Sleep well, dear listeners. Let the soft whisper of turning pages carry you toward dreams as tranquil as an English countryside morning, where mist rises gently from emerald lawns and all secrets have found their proper rest. Until we meet again in another story, in another quiet corner of the world, where mysteries wait to be solved with patience, compassion, and the understanding that even in our darkest moments, redemption remains as close as the next sunrise. Good night.